Hello, everyone. We have had some technical issues, but I think everything's cool now. Thank you guys for hanging out with us in the comments. So we are in our Battle of the Booktuber after party reading sprints, and so we now get to actually chat with you guys through the comments. So we're going to start with that. So I'm just going to start going through people who've joined us. So we have Beatrice with us. We have Kat here for more shenanigans. I love it. I'm going to go do some things, be back later. Absolutely love to have you. Hello, hello. When I read, I'll read the Isle of Gods. Very nice. Hello, I've thoroughly enjoyed this whole series and all the work that's gone into it. Congrats, Leandra. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, guys. I forgot I won.
We're going to have to keep reminding you.
Yeah.
Editing a video right now. Hello, Kirsten. Reading Serpent in the Wings of Night. Is this the Clarissa Broadbent?
Yes.
Yeah, the author I didn't realize was famous.
I always get this one and Serpent and Dove mixed up, the titles.
Oh yeah, lots of snakes.
Hello, Carissa. And saying hello to Carissa. And hello to Kat. And hello to Kirsten. Hello to Neil. Hello, Glenda. And hello to everyone. And then people are just chatting in the comments. Love to see it. Be filming a few videos. Nice. A little tired otherwise. You're good. Hopefully we can maybe encourage you to have like a nap sprint. A sprinting nap?
Yeah, nap sprint, cozy sprint. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Caffeinate.
Oh, yeah. Katie's like, don't sleep.
Katie's like,
more caffeine.
No. If you want it, defeat nap. But if you don't, they make caffeine for that.
Yeah, can't stop, won't stop.
And then this was me. We're almost here, I swear. I'll be reading more of Blackout for the sole leg of the Amazing Readathon. It's a collection of short stories. Very nice. Doing well. Love to hear it. Oh, thank you, Nell. Have housework, but I also need to catch up on green writer pages for Nicole's read-along. Very nice. Hello, Louise. Doing some dishes and organizing kitchen cupboards. Love to hear it. Love the organization. Productivity all around. Hello, Ro. Caffeine or napping might not be the greatest idea right now. It's 8:20 p.m. where I live.
Yeah, we should have thought about time zones.
Yeah.
Well, you see, I'm an enigma. Caffeine, I actually don't have like a sensitivity to it. So I actually can wake up at like 2 o'clock in the morning, have a little soda, go right back to bed. So I'm not the one to ask.
I can't do that. Tried. I would be up all night.
Yeah,
I wish.
My experimenting brain wants me to try it. And I'm like, no, Leandra, don't do it.
Be better than me, Leandra. Yeah.
I think some of you have heard this story before, but when I was sick a little bit ago and I decided to have tea, but I didn't, I usually have herbal tea, so I don't have to worry about caffeine. And I decided to have black tea. And I did not realize that black tea had caffeine in it because I'm not like usually a tea drinker. And I went downstairs. My husband was, I think, playing video games. And so he hadn't gone to bed yet. And it was like 11 o'clock. And I should have been dog tired. And I was wide awake. And I walked downstairs and I was like, I had some tea. Does black tea have caffeine in it? And he was like, yeah.
Yeah, like quite a bit.
Oh, I can just chug an entire Red Bull and go to sleep after. Caffeine doesn't affect me at all.
Lotta, I love you. We're back to sleep now. This is it. We're gonna be fantasy romance, staying up all night.
Yes.
Chugging caffeine. Let's go.
I can't even drink a Baja Blast at a normal time of day and still go to bed. The last time I drank a full Baja Blast, like the drink at Taco Bell, I think I drank it at like 2 o'clock, for lunch, normal, casual. I was up till 7 o'clock in the morning working on my Notion page.
Oh my gosh. You're like, I am being productive at least.
See, but I want that superpower, guys. I'm just out here trying to stay awake, and the caffeine won't work. So what's more of a crime? That's what I want to know. It doesn't
You're
even give me what it's supposed to.
Mhm.
Not I. I'll be reading A Dark Inheritance. Very nice. Just got my first cup of coffee. Lovely. I love the cattail parade. What's the kitty's name?
If you mean my cat, I don't know if there's been any other cats, but it's Ginny.
Mel, do you have a
Aw.
cat with you?
No, I have my dog. I don't know where he's somewhere in the house. I don't know.
Okay.
He doesn't care. He's like, I don't need to be on screen.
Yeah.
Well, and can we see Valkyrie on your screen,
sure.
Katie?
She's at my, not right now, but I can show you. She was at my,
Oh, the furry baby.
she's all fluff. So she's only 8 pounds. Ow, ow, ow. But she is all fluff. She's like, I will come up when I want to. How dare you do that to me? That's fair. That's fair. Boundaries are good. But yeah, she's all fluff. She literally,
Like,
if you,
consent.
you
I didn't
pet her-
ask to be on camera.
fur comes off every time you even touch her. So that's great for me. Love it. Love the journey. Like Leandra's shirt I got for TBR-a-thon, it never doesn't have fur on it. Never.
Oh, never. Especially that color wouldn't, show fur easily.
Yep.
Mhm.
Andy will be around here somewhere. I'm sure at the most inopportune time he will be in front of the camera. But
I love him. I can't wait.
Me too. I want him to just stare deep into my soul like he does sometimes.
Yeah, like when he's hungry and he's like, so you gonna feed me or
Hmm.
oh, thank
your kitty is
you.
beautiful.
Ironically, when I first met her, her name was Mookie.
Oh,
Mookie.
Mookie. Mookie, like cookie, but Mookie.
Interesting.
Mookie?
So my husband and I were like, yeah, that's gotta go. Because I don't even think I could call that out loud. So
Oh yeah. Sometimes these names, I'll daydream about like having a home full of animals. So I'll like look at the local shelter and I'll be like, why did some of these people do their pets dirty with these names? Like I'm like, what are you doing? Meanwhile, I also like the obscure names. Like I watch like the Doggist on like Instagram and stuff. And I always think back, there was like this dog that he met, and the dog's name was Lunchbox. And I was like,
Aw.
okay, that's adorable. I don't know what it means, but I love it. So yeah, one
Yeah.
day I'll have
Our
his
names
name.
have definitely come from the adoption clinics that we've gotten them from. So Andy, sorry, Lana.
There's like the kind of curly tail.
like
She's a dancer.
She's a dancer. She's working for that money, Gotta keep
She's
it on the
working the
table.
microphone pole.
But Andy was named Andy, and we didn't feel like we could change it because he knows his name, he recognized it, and he was older when we got him. And the same thing kind of happened with our dog. Our dog's name was Connor, and I couldn't handle it. It just seemed weird to me, but he also would come to it. And so we tried to do a name that was similar. So we ended up calling him Cooper.
Hmm.
But now people think that we named our animals after Anderson Cooper.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
That's
yeah, I
so
just thought.
funny.
Go ahead, Leandra.
I was just saying that was really funny.
I was just thinking Andy, like like Toy Story.
Oh, yeah. Could be. My son's speckled king snake is called Ice Cream Bar. Oh, that's so cute.
I love that. Especially like when the snake's all curled up, it could look like a soft serve ice cream. I'm not a snake person, but I approve of this image. Away from me. Like not near me, but I approve of it away from me. Also with Danny, with yours, I don't know if you remember, but I was like, oh, Danny and Andy. Though you've got the same sounds, but in a different order. And I don't know why. I find that very funny.
It was meant to be. He was, we actually got him from our vet, but like we adopted him from the vet. Someone had abandoned him in their house. And like they moved and then they left the cat locked in their house. And then I think one of their neighbors knew about it. And so like broke in, got him and took him to the vet and was like, he needs someplace to stay. And he's ornery. And so he had been rehomed multiple times and kept constantly being brought back to the vet's office. And so they'd had him for 6 months. And yeah, we were like, well, we want to try. And it was funny because they were like, well, keep him for a week, and if it doesn't work out, like just bring him back. And I'm like, no.
Week.
If I bring this cat home with me, he is mine.
Yeah. There is
also,
no
a week is not long enough. Like for cats, like Valkyrie, when we first got her, it took 6 months before she was really herself. Like she hid. You barely knew we had a cat. So like animals take time to acclimate and things like that. So, but good for you. Like yeah, that's how it's really supposed to be. Is you give it your all, you know.
Yeah.
But those people, I hope they have the day they deserve. I hope they step on a field of Legos because that's some nasty stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I especially like, I mean, abandoning your animal in general, but like the fact that they locked him in the house, like he has no way of,
like to the point where like they're lucky that he was found or that known of, you know, like there's a difference between, like, I understand that if someone knows they are not the right person, that the dog deserve better, then like I'm not going to say no to that person, like for giving up the pet so the pet could have a chance at a home they deserve. But like to leave them somewhere where they might not be found and they would, you know, be like suffering or having a, you know, that is crazy. Yeah.
Well, on that
note, on that light
conversation, we can go on our first sprint. So we're going to go off and do some productive things, whether or not that be reading or just getting away from the computer screen, because I know our lovely competitors have been on screen for 2 hours already with no breaks. So we are going to do an hour sprint. You guys are okay with that? And let me talk amongst yourselves real quick while I share my screen and get our timer ready.
So back to our plotting. No.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, Mel, I wanted to show you. I don't know if I ever showed you this, but you inspired me. Did I tell you I got one?
Oh, a camera or a tripod?
It's a camera. It's on there, but both. I got both.
Oh, nice. Which one did you get?
So you got the one that flips out. I got the one that does go up.
Jealous. What brand is it? Canon?
No, it's Sony. So I know you have Canon, right? Or do you?
No, I used to have a Canon, but the new one that I got is a Sony. But mine flips out to the side, and I hate that.
Yeah, mine is a. I want to say it's like an Alpha 6100 or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna make you bigger so you could show it.
This is my baby. Look at him.
Okay.
It's so shiny.
But the thing is so because it's up top though, you can't put your mic up here though. You could, but it would like block you. That's one of the things that people said was that it's like if you want to do a mic, I'm thankfully just a very loud person, so a mic would do us all a disservice. Let's be honest. We hear you fine. Let's hear you less.
Never. I would never say that.
You can ask my husband.
Flip up screen. I hate the side flip thing. It drives me nuts.
But yeah, you inspired me. I came back from that trip and I was like, I should get one, shouldn't I? And my husband will never say no. So he was like, absolutely you should. And I was like, all right, done.
It is exciting. And everything's worked out well with it so far? Like you've enjoyed?
I have. I mean, thankfully nothing's corrupted or anything because it's a little more scary than just using my phone where I can like just drop it to myself. Yeah. But I love being able to record my phone. Like, you know how like all the like uppity YouTubers always go like, oh, I'm doing a 24-hour challenge. Here's my phone. Look at me starting. This is how much time. And usually I'd have to whip out my iPad. I feel very sophisticated. Now, how many videos have I done with it? Not many, but I'm getting there.
Exactly.
My husband had to take my old camera away from me to make me use my new camera because I don't like change.
That's fair.
Anyway, on that note, we have a timer. We're gonna do an hour sprint, and so yeah, I will see you guys in an hour. Go be productive. Hello. Okay. How was your all sprint? For those of you in the comments, make sure that you tell us what you've been doing, and if you were a productive sprinter or if you read, let us know what you have going on. Katie, how was that sprint for you?
I did no reading whatsoever. I mean, I guess technically I read certain things, not a book, no book. I watched the new episode of MasterChef because they're doing like a generations one this year where it's like Gen Z. It's relevant. Watch that. Ate some food. And I'm working on reviews right now and like trying to plan content so I know what I actually need to, I don't know, film, create, edit before it's Sunday tomorrow and then it's rush o'clock. So that's what I did. It was like a wind down, get ready to then go into chaos. Maybe I'll read much, much later.
Yeah, like a reset. That's good. Productivity. What about you, Nell?
I filmed during that sprint and got the video like transferred over to my computer because I need to edit on the next sprint because this video has to go up tomorrow.
I was wondering about your costume change.
Oh yeah, that wasn't on purpose. This wasn't like a planned costume change. This was the costume for the video that I had to film.
Okay.
I was gonna say because there's like three outfits we've seen you in today, and I'm like, what is going on in Nell's
that
home?
wasn't on purpose. Like the dress, the sparkly dress was because of Katie's sprints yesterday. The red shirt was just my normal shirt, and then this was for the video that I just filmed.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Well, I didn't change. I took off my thing, but that was about as much change as I made. I ended up I'm about 25% into The Last Tapai. This is a third book in a series, and it's my 10th leg book. So as soon as I finish it, I have arrived into the final destination of the Amazing Readathon. Thank gosh.
Woo! Your journey's almost over.
Finally.
What about you, Lotta?
Well, I ordered some food, which came like 5 minutes before we started chatting again. So it's now in the oven to keep warm. And I searched for a new book to read, which took me around 30 minutes. So that was great. But I decided on Thornhedge by T. Kingfisher because Danny recommended the book to me. So I thought it would be perfect to read during these sprints. And I got to page 28. And so far, it's really fun. I really love the writing style, and also it's really mysterious. I have no clue what's going to happen. So yeah, but still really fun.
Yay! I'm excited for you to read that. I love toadling. She's my favorite.
Oh yeah, Lotta, you probably know the video that has to go up tomorrow. I just remembered that. I forgot you were a zoologist.
Oh.
I'm blanking.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I know.
I like how Katie and Leandra had the exact same.
Yeah, we're like, what? Excuse me?
Okay, let's see where we left off in the comments. Carissa is saying, not a huge cat person, but would never lock them in a house. Yeah, people are mean.
I mean, I feel like that's a basic thing where it's like, yeah, you don't have to like cats, but maybe just don't do that.
Right. And if you don't like cats, then maybe don't have one. And then I know that you responded to this, Katie.
Yeah, there's just a lot. So it would just be easier if I can just share like all the links and stuff and whatnot. Yeah. So.
And I responded to this, and I don't know if what I told you, Carissa, is helpful, but I like my Rode mic, which I gave you the specific type of Rode mic, but mine attaches to the top of my camera. So I don't know that that would work for all cameras, but that's what I use.
Yeah, I like my Yeti mic is what I use, not for videos, but like for live streams when I'm home, obviously not here. When I'm home, I usually will hook up my Yeti mic to like my computer and do it that way because I feel like the sound quality is just better. Yeah. But I film with my camera, like for regular videos. I don't even use an external mic. I probably should, but I don't. I never have.
The only reason I do is because my husband's nerdy and he likes tech, and so Yeah, I think my camera is attached to a tripod, but you might be able to see it in the background. So this is my mic on top of my camera. But I know a lot of people though who just use the microphones on their phones, and to be honest, like phone technology is so much better than it used to be. So yeah, I really don't know that a camera, like a fancy camera and mic, is even necessary for filming anymore.
Yeah, I don't. I just use my phone personally. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a new mic, but I was telling everyone backstage that it's because my boss bought it for me for like work related things, and I'm using it for this because might as well. So yeah, but beyond that, I think if you're into it, go into the gadgets, go into the extra stuff, especially because that can like enhance your enjoyment if that's the stuff you're into. But also, like, don't feel the need to do it. Just go at your comfort level, spend how much you're comfortable doing, and yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to consider is like the price of stuff. It's one of the things that I noticed when I transitioned from like beauty stuff, like beauty related content to like the booktube world. The beauty world is like very cutthroat. Like if you don't have the right ring light, if you don't have the right box lights, right mic, like if you don't have the right stuff, you will get ripped for filth. Like people will like, talk stuff about your content or whatever, or you won't get views. Booktube is much more relaxed. Like, don't feel like you need to have like all this fancy equipment for Booktube because the stakes are not nearly as high like on this side of the internet.
Yeah,
thank gosh.
Yes.
I have so much equipment I don't even use anymore.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, same. I bought even this is before I even started Booktube. That's what's funny. I got this back when I just did Bookstagram. I even bought like box lights. I don't know if you guys know what those are, but like I have used them maybe twice. Now to be fair, it's because the remote broke, so I can't lower any brightness whatsoever. And so I was like, eh. But yeah, I mean the fun thing is that especially with Bookstagram, like most people do not care whatsoever what the quality of your stuff is. They really just want to hear what you have to say. So usually it's us who convince ourselves like, no, I need the fun things. So, and take your time too. Like I would recommend like starting off slow, like maybe upgrade one thing and then see how you feel about it. Cause like being like me, somebody who dives head first into being like, I need to buy this and this and this. When I dive into hobbies, I take it way too seriously because I'm like an all in or nothing kind of person. Ask me how my diamond paintings are going, guys. So that's what I mean. So especially with how expensive just reading and buying books as a consumer is in general, just keep in mind that like nobody will be like, oh my gosh, did you see how grainy that person's camera is? Oh, we're not going to watch their videos anymore. We don't care about that.
They can't read. Do you see what kind of film quality? They clearly don't know how to read.
Yeah, like Danny said about her husband, like if you're someone that's like really into that stuff, then like go for it. Like don't listen to anything we're saying. But like if you are doing it because you're like, oh, I want my videos to get more views or I want my videos to look more professional, I promise you people in Booktube world don't, like your microphone is not going to suddenly increase your views. Like you're not suddenly going to get like 100 more views because you got a new microphone. Like it's not necessary, I promise you.
Yeah. Glinda says happy reading. This is before the sprint. So hopefully everyone had a good reading sprint for those of you in the comments. Oh, I guess I didn't tell you what I did. Speaking of reading, my brain is not on well. So I read Red Rabbit is what I'm currently reading. I'm 84% in. And there are a couple of characters I kind of just wish were the main character. Like there's a character named the Huntsman that has a lot of lore around him and some really interesting things that he can do and that people like childhood folk stories that people tell like to scare their kids at night essentially. And I find his character fascinating. But there are some other characters in the book that I'm like, I could deal without you. So we'll see. But that's where I am right now in the book.
You're almost done. That's good.
Yeah, I think I have 2 hours left on the audio. So maybe within these sprints, you guys will get to choose my next read. We'll see. Fingers crossed. And then Glinda saying hello to Katie. And Kat. Congratulations on round 1 to all of you. It's done. You guys are done. I'm not done, but you guys are done.
I know you're just getting started.
I finished round 2, my reads for round 2. I'm just starting my reads for round 3. So
Yeah, you're halfway, kind of. Like
I am.
in one area, you're halfway.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite so much as like the sneak peeks and everything that I'll have to do for round 2, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So then just so I remember with my bad memory. So round 2 will go, and then round 3 will go. And then is it the 3 winners who have like won each round? Did they compete?
Oh, it was 4
4?
rounds.
Yeah, there's
There's
4
4
rounds.
rounds?
4.
And then
So
they all go?
there'll be a month in between round 2 and round 3. So it'll be round 2's in July. There'll be a month off, and then we'll start round 3 and then round 4. And then the 4 winners, and I'll give you guys a break because I need a break. But so there'll be like a break period where I'll discuss with the champions like what's going to happen with that round and everything. But yeah, and then they'll go head to head.
I just love how close the cat gets. We just silently watch the cat getting closer to the
She's
screen.
like, look at my side butt.
Yes.
Those,
She's
games.
way more pretty. Woo! Oh, she knocked over the mic. Apologize. Do you want to say something?
Please say something.
She's like, nope.
She's like, I got something to say. Look at my butt.
Oh.
I love it. JL was also very kind and said that they've read 10 books on my recommendation that were successful. So I'm glad to hear it. And some of those were I was going to say fantasy, meaning Brandon Sanderson's fantasy is what I was trying to say. And I said fantasy.
Oh, my mind went to Santa Claus. Santa fantasy? Is that a thing?
You don't want to go down whatever road you would find there. Let's not.
Oh no. Especially not Santa romance.
I don't want to know.
No.
Santa Smut. I read one last year.
No, Lana.
I don't recommend.
Oh my gosh, do you guys remember? I don't know if you guys do any of the like Hose for Pros stuff with Vanessa and them, but do you guys remember they read that book called Unhinged that's about a door? Do you guys remember this?
I know what it is, but I didn't see any of their content about it.
Same. Oh, I won't read it. But I was telling my husband about it where I was like, I just can't believe we live in a world where it's like somebody had that thought. Guess what? That author is going to be at the event that I'm influencing next year, so I'm going to meet them in person. This is going to happen, and I'm going to the question is, should I buy the book? Should I buy it and get it personalized? Should I do that? And then film it for you guys?
Yes.
Yeah, have them do like a pun, like knock knock. Thanks, Katie, or
Oh God, I'll write that down, and I'll be like, my friend said.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it's going to be a wild time. But as soon as I saw that announced, I was like, shut the front door. Like, this is crazy. This is wild. So, yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah.
That's great.
I feel like that book, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this was a thing way before that book happened. But I feel like after I heard about that book, I started hearing about a whole bunch of other genres of smut that I was not aware of.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
I mean,
one that
I
I
used-
heard of. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, Katie, I'd be interested to hear if you've heard of this one. I remember it was Gavin Reads It All. He read one where a woman she falls in love with she goes number 2, and then she falls in love with her yeah.
Let's go to the next comment. We got
anyways
that's-
like literally it's a book, you can buy it, it's in print, like.
So it's just good to know, guys. Listen, if you've been thinking about writing a book and you're scared about what people will think, you're fine. You're fine. Suddenly I'm like, I think I feel better about writing a book. Not to say that those books are bad. I don't know because I haven't read them, so I can't tell you. But that's a wild concept. Let's be for real.
I thought you were going to say, because I recently had heard of one where she falls in love with like the little Easter peeps, like the marshmallow candies.
Oh gosh.
And things ensue. That's what I thought you were going to say, because I was like, I heard about this one too. I think yours was more traumatic than mine was.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to talk about the sock puppets.
Listen, okay, we are getting into an area.
I heard there's one about Clippy from like Microsoft Word, like the paper clip. And I was like,
Me too.
what millennial wrote this? Like, are we okay? Do we just miss
Yeah.
him? Because same, but this won't bring him back. Okay.
Oh my God.
And then I read the Easter Bunny one and I just have feelings. I just want to go to sleep. Like, that's enough. I've done enough.
Yeah, we're starting to blend romance and horror, I think, and
It
the
is.
questions are being asked. Yeah.
Okay, sorry guys. But I just wanted to share the fun news that that's gonna happen for me.
That is exciting.
It is.
Trust might be atypical, but it was such a great story. I totally agree. I love Trust of the Emerald Sea. It's fantastic. Beatrice is back, had dinner, and we'll be reading in the next bit. Wonderful. And then Glinda saying hello. Made it to 50%. Very nice. Did not read, but I worked on my reading journal and watched some booktube. Very productive. Finished my reread and did some yoga. Very nice.
Ooh.
Read a bit, caught up on some booktube, started cooking a bit. Lovely. Nell, when can the wonderful viewers expect to see some fun videos from the meetup?
Ooh, good
Very
question.
soon.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, very soon. In the next like 2 to 3 weeks. I have one other video that I need to get out before those ones, but after that, not the one that I just filmed, but I have one other one that I need to film. And then after that, I can start editing those two.
I'm like so nervous but so excited. Like I can't wait to laugh till I'm crying again to relive those moments, to be honest.
Same. We won't even say anything more. You just have to just wait.
You have to see the content.
It's so worth it. It's so good. And that's all I can say.
Film 2 videos. I need to film one more. I don't know that I could film 2 videos in an hour. I talk too much.
Same.
I edited and became a productive pizza and cheesecake consumer. That sounds amazing. And then back to editing.
Oh my gosh, that sounds delicious.
And then Nell answering the question, 2 to 3 weeks. I don't think or I will get to leg 10, and I'm really bummed. Aw. And I will finish my book for leg 9 today. Hey, like any reading is productive, so like no worries.
Mhm.
I did not participate in TAR, so I have no legs in the game because I probably would not have finished. So.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of the hosts aren't making it to leg 10 either. And Katie, were you going to say that you might not make it too?
Yeah, I gave up. I'm on leg 9 and I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do. And I was doing great. But there's nothing, like I'm to the point now where it's like I want to read what I want to read.
Yeah.
And so I don't have anything that's quick that can help me get where I want. And so I've just bowed out. But you know what, Carissa? Next year, redemption, we got this. Next year's a new chance to try again. And also, again, it's just a fun competitive thing, you know? So
yeah.
Question for Leandra, since you're here and you're a host. Hypothetically speaking, of course, asking for a friend. If you read a bunch of books and then at the end decided to go back and decide what books you wanted to apply to what cities, can you do that?
No.
Oh no! So it does have to be in order. I guess it's you have to. The thing is, you got to submit in order. So the thing is so if you say you read like a book for City 2 and then you read a book for City 3 and you're like, oh well, City 3 actually would be better for City 2. Like you can do that, but then City 2, like the book you read for City 2 would have to be a sightseeing prompt. It can't suddenly count for City prompt later on. You know? Yeah, Katie.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I'm not a host, but I'm a mod. I'm pretty sure that when you start out, you can't backlog any of your books. You start in the leg we're on, I thought.
Yeah. So, but well, okay. So Nell has been here since the beginning. So she's been from the entire time. But like, I know that you said you were reading books out of order, and like the city prompt books have to be read in order.
Yes.
So, but then with like sightseeing prompts, like whatever, just you've got to submit it once you catch up. Like I didn't make it in time for Cape Town, for instance. But when I eventually submitted my Cape Town book, I had to hold on to my sightseeing prompts. Like they would count, but I had to catch up before I could count those. So yeah, your travel books have to be in order. So you can't like swap them if you realize that they work better in a different order, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
So if someone doesn't catch up on leg 10, they just can't count their sightseeing books?
Yeah. Just those sightseeing prompts just don't go anywhere. It was a great time for you reading, though, I'm sure. So it's still worth it. It just doesn't count for sightseeing.
It was very helpful. Now price checking. I live in an apartment where you can hear everything. Yeah.
Oh, same.
Hey, Rainy. Was watching the first half of the tell-all from earlier. Very nice. Glad you got caught up. I saw you pop in. I think we were about halfway through. Conversations with Katie. Reading Akamath. Can share no thoughts. I wonder why.
I wonder.
I think she's gonna like it. That's my prediction.
I hope so.
I would think so too, especially because that one's so. To what I know of, that one's really popular in the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited too for when like we start like when more rounds come up and we start looking at all the points to see like how varied each round is, because I feel like ours were all like very close, like as Danny said, and I wonder if there's going to be like a time where it's like it's so different, and you know, like someone hits it out of the park and someone unfortunately crashes and burns. we don't want to see that, but it would make for good television.
I'm nervous
That's
to
something
see
that I
it.
am really proud of. It's like how close our scores were. Like,
Yeah.
like super all over the board. And like, even though I came in last, it's fine. I feel like justified in the fact that I haven't been reading as long. So the fact that I was even in the ballpark of where you guys were, I'm proud of that.
Yeah.
2 things. One, we saved the best for last. And also, second thing, yesterday on my stream, I literally said that I thought you won. So, you know, I'm just little old me, but like, I said what I said.
Yeah. Plus, Nell like ended up getting 2 5-stars in the entire thing. Like, you know, like I got a 5-star from Nell, and Katie, you got a 5-star from 2. So it's like, I mean, like you did really well as far as like hitting those. Like when you hit, you really hit. So
nobody was like, why was this published to any book I recommended? So I'll take it. I'm excited to see in round 2 the DNF. I want to see it. I want to know the tea.
Me too.
Me too. I already know some of it, but I'm not going to share.
Well, yeah,
Danny
you can't.
knows me.
Could you imagine?
We'll
You're
talk
like,
later, Danny.
Yeah. We'll talk backstage.
Yeah.
Smut seems to be trendy. I have a couple of friends that love reading it, but it's not my cup of tea. Smut would be more horrific than a slasher novel.
Go ahead, Danny.
No, I was just going to say some of them are definitely more horrific than a slasher novel. It's not my cup of tea either. I feel like I get secondhand embarrassment, and like some of them are just very cringy for me. And so as I'm reading it, I'm like, I'm not enjoying this. This is making me uncomfortable.
Yeah, like I feel like I'm in the room with them, and I'm like, this is weird.
That's why I don't like spicy scenes in YA books. Like that makes me so uncomfortable because I'm like, you guys are kids. I don't think I'm supposed to be here.
Yeah. You're like, can we close the door?
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, like, so obviously I do read a lot of like open door romance novels and things like that, but I don't necessarily like to read books that are just about smut. If you've ever watched any of my vlogs, a lot of the times I'll be like, hey, I'm actually DNFing this because there's too much. Like, I like there to be a balance of like plot and then smut, but like, it's not necessarily smut. I call it spice because like reality wise is it's just supposed to further our connection to these characters and like feel like passion for them or whatever. But like, I don't need there to be so much. It's usually just supposed to be like a connection thing and then we move on. So like, I'm not the ideal demographic for like these paperclippy, you know, deuces loving books. That's not for me, but there's a market and I'm happy for those people.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that we don't need clippy, we don't need BM.
Well, we don't, but apparently somebody does. We don't.
Somebody does. Oh gosh, yeah. There's also Heather from Hia Booktube. She's one of the hosts. She was reading, I think it's called Dick Fight Island, and she was
I
like,
want to read that one.
What is that about?
I don't know, but she was saying that like she reads a lot of stuff, and she's like, rarely does it feel like too much, and she's like, this feels like too much for me.
Wow.
I think I've heard that it's like Fight Club, but it's a whole bunch of men and they fight
on an
to
island.
Completion. Is how
oh wow,
Heather.
Oh,
Gavin was the one who read it, and it seemed like so much fun. And since then, I wanted to read it.
well, just vlog it. I need to experience this book with somebody else. So
I
like,
will.
Yeah.
I stopped at leg 8. I have specific books that I have to finish, so I just can't. Yeah, I get it. You got to do what's best for you. And you don't want to like force yourself into like a reading slump either, just to finish the race. Like, yeah. I don't know what leg this is, but Beatrice also stopped. I will not force myself. Yeah, I get that.
Mm-hmm. That's like 9, so almost made it. No worries.
Me too, Beatrice.
Watched all of your tell-all. Very interesting. Glad you enjoyed it.
Mhm.
I can relate with the apartment where you can hear everything. I just accepted it at this point, and sometimes you can hear random door slamming in my videos. I don't care anymore. Yeah, I have to get over this because I have refilmed multiple clips because it annoys me to have noise in the background. Like when my neighbors mow their yard, I sit there and wait until they get to a certain location in their yard where we can no longer hear them, and then I'll continue. And then they'll inevitably come back around to their yard, and I'm like, okay, I gotta wait.
It's just wild to me. The person who ruins all my videos is my truly wonderful husband or my wonderful pets, because I'll tell my husband, like, hey, I'm going to film a clip. Go away. And then he'll like go use the microwave or something. And I'm like, sir, do you like being married? Like, do you want to continue this partnership? Because that's not how this works. Okay.
Some smut is so bad, but when it hits, it hits. I don't like spicy scenes in general. They make me uncomfortable. Yeah, like you got to figure out what works for you. Same boat. Did not finish the book. On 50 pages into it, though. That's nice. I'm going to be playing catch up in July. Yeah, I know a lot of people are either saying that like they are trying to cram in as much as possible the last couple of days because they don't want to bring anything into July with them, or they are pulling some books over. I only refilm if my kids are being so loud. Sometimes I'm like, oh, well, it's got to be, yeah. Like sometimes it's not worth it. And after I've done it, sometimes I will listen to the video because I'll keep my camera rolling. And as I'm editing and I realize I did something over again, I'm like, why did I film it again? It was fine the first time. A few books I want to finish in July that I put down in June, but I had my best reading month in June. Very nice. I've accepted many are going into July. I get it, Rainy. It makes sense.
Rainy, this is surprising for you. Are you okay?
Yeah, this doesn't sound like you.
Mm-mm.
The grass mowing guy at my neighbors and kids riding up and down my street were all the bane of my existence yesterday while I was filming. It seems like it always happens too when you're filming. I never notice it when I'm not. And it's probably just because you're not paying attention. But it does seem like all of it happens when you're trying to film.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, Rainy.
One day.
I was going to say, Rainy, if you were caught up, I'd be even more concerned.
We'd have to have like an intervention. We'd be like, this is not Rainy. What is happening in your life?
Yeah, I'd be like, okay, guys, we're getting on a plane right now. Rainy needs us SOS, emergency style.
The kid was on a 4-wheeler.
Yeah,
we have a kid across the street from me who has he's taken like his exhaust off his car, so it's super loud every time he starts it, and he likes to park in front of our house and wait for people. And I'm like, can you not? Can we not? Can we go somewhere else, please?
Oh my god, loud cars are literally the bane of my existence. Like when they go by, I'm like, why are you so loud? I was like, get a silent car. Come on. Like noise pollution is real.
Send help if I'm ever caught up. My life is in shambles, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, we have reached the end of the comments. And I want to ask you guys, not just assume, are you guys going to stick with me through the next sprint? We're going to do another 60-minute sprint, or are you going to leave?
I'm here for the long haul.
Woohoo.
Okay.
Me too.
Sounds good. I will get our timer going, and I will see you guys in 60 minutes. Hello, friends.
Lulu.
Hello.
Oh, that sprint, I got to 91%. And so I have I think an hour and 10 minutes or something like that. Yeah, an hour and 10 minutes left in the audio. So I should finish it today. And yeah, I still think the same thing. There's one character that I'm really interested in, and the rest I could kind of care less, but whatever. It's good. How did you do, Nell?
I didn't do as much as I should have, that's for sure. I spent most of that time talking to my friend, trying to convince her to become a bookish girly, trying to talk her into going to Barnes & Noble and or Target to buy books.
Yes.
I think that's amazing.
That was like half the sprint, was talking her into that and giving her recommendations. And then I was about to start editing, and then I was like, oh, I need to eat. So then I ordered food. So that was another 15 minutes trying to decide what I wanted to get. And then I started to edit again, and then the cat meowed.
Very nice. I still think that's a lot of productivity, especially convincing someone to be a bookish person. I mean, that's tough to do.
Plus, you know how you're a book recommender in this competition. So recommending books, that's easy.
What about you, Lotta? How did that sprint go for you?
Well, I read until page 59, so I'm almost halfway. And I love that there is a knight and a girl. The book is about those two. And he said to her something like, "You're ugly, interesting, and sad." And she said, "Interesting, huh?"
Well, thank you. He thinks I'm interesting.
So it's really fun. I'm loving it.
Yay!
That's a nice addition too. The cover is very pretty on your book.
Ooh. Yeah, I know. I noticed that whenever you held it up the first time. I don't think I've ever seen that cover before.
Me either.
I love it.
It's very pretty.
Is it the same as the UK, the United Kingdom, England, England's version? Because it doesn't look like it's obviously not the American one.
Or is it a special edition?
Ooh.
I don't know, actually.
Yeah. And are you reading it in English or in Dutch?
English.
Oh, okay. So maybe the UK?
I'm trying to look it up, but continue.
Leandra, how did that sprint go for you?
Okay. I ended up eating. So I had some pizza. I didn't have any. It wasn't takeaway. I didn't order it. I just grabbed something from the freezer and was like, let's do this thing. And it was yummy. And I'm about 40%, I think it was, into this book. And I'm sad that Katie's gone because it's a subplot romance. And I'm like, I am okay with romance. I think subplot romances are where it's at for me for now. But yeah, I'm still really enjoying it. It's the third in a series. So, we aren't surprised. I guess it would definitely be more shocking if I was suddenly hating it and I'd be like, what is going on? So this is a safe series, we can call it.
Do you have an answer for us, Lotta, or could you find it?
Yes, it's the UK version.
Okay.
Phew, we can sleep at night. Oh, that's going to be tough.
I think we ended the comments here. And I did tell Kat, good evening, but I'm sure that they're gone at this point in time. And Tennille was talking about the the mowing and all the noises around, and it's like a game. So it's like a game. Fireworks, the vehicle backfiring, is someone waging war?
Exactly.
And then we had Courtney join us. So hello, Courtney. And then yes, Katie did have to go. She's going to go and hang out with her hubby for the rest of the night. So yeah, I hope that Katie has a lovely evening and everyone is saying goodbye. And finish my rough edit. Now I have to add graphics and intro, outro music, tighten it up a bit. Yeah. I once you get to that point, I feel like it's downhill from there and you're like, it's like coasting. Still time, but still. Made some more progress in First Writer's Call. Need to catch up tonight because we're aiming to finish the book tomorrow. Nice. Ooh, my comments just jumped. Does that equate to love? We found the equation, Courtney.
Yeah. Like,
Have you gotten to the scene yet where Toadling ties his hair into knots?
Yeah.
That's my favorite scene of the entire book.
It's so much fun also because you unravel so much within each chapter. In the beginning, I had no clue what I was reading.
Yeah. The UK version of Thornhedge. The purple is really pretty. I like it. And subplot romances for the win.
yeah, I just
think
feel
I
like the
agree with it.
author. Well, because then you're not giving the author like too much space to mess it up.
Yeah.
Like you only get a handful of scenes with the romantic partners, and so all of them are good. That's my thought. Also, Kat.
Yes. I feel like it's also harder to predict what's going to happen because and I haven't read very many romances, but I feel like a lot of romances follow the same structure. So like there's always like, what is that called? The third act
Conflict.
Yeah. Which I feel like that happens with other conflicts or with other genres as well, but it can be with other things. Whereas with romance, it's a lot of times it's with the actual relationship that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like with a subplot, you have more to go on. And so there's not always that conflict at the very end of the book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I know that there's some people who actually who I recently met, Izzy. She's a booktuber. She's from her booktube channel is called Happy for Now. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cute. And I was like, oh, wait. That's describing a certain type of romance. And I know that there's the happily ever after, and then there's a lot of romances, like at least these days, that are deemed like happy for now, because I think that might be the category in which the third act breakup or third act conflict really shouldn't bring the character, the characters should not get back together because it's so whatever the event was that happened. And or you know by the end of the story that we know that this is kind of dysfunctional, or this relationship wouldn't realistically last forever, but in this moment at the end of the book they're happy, so we're they're happy for now. And I don't think I like that. but I understand that that's two camps. I think there's happily ever after and then happy for now. That's what I'm understanding. I'm learning.
Interesting.
That was something new. I didn't know that.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah. I only know because from the Amazing Readathon, the romance teams, the romance team, the hosts it's HEA, HEA Booktube, and that's Happily Ever After Booktube. And then the other host is Happy for Now. And I was like, they represent two different types of endings. That's very fun.
I did not know that that's what HEA stood for. I thought it had to do with her name being Heather.
I know. I think she's double dipping. I think she's double dipping there. But yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think I would probably be in the Happily Ever After.
Yeah, I think I prefer that too. Because if I think that they shouldn't work out and they end up, I just get sad for them. I'm like, oh, these poor characters, they shouldn't be together.
Finished The Organization of the Kitchen Cupboard. It's very nice. Now I'm reading Fable Volume 1, which is the last book for the month. You can do it. Woo! And Vanessa joined us. Hello, Vanessa. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. And we made it to the end of the comments. So I do think that this next sprint will probably be my last one because I need to be thinking about dinner, and I probably need to get out of this chair and go and move my body at some point in time. So this will be my last sprint. Are you guys going to join me, or do you need to go off on your own? Yeah. Okay.
Woohoo! Party.
We also have Kirsten saying, "I just played Animal Crossing. I love it."
Sounds lovely. A cozy sprint. We need cozy sprints.
Yes. So, are you guys good with 60?
Yes.
So I shall see you guys in 60 minutes. Happy reading or productivity.
Happy reading.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Hello.
I have had an Andy join me.
You have.
I did finish my book.
Woohoo! Congratulations.
Thanks. I think it's going to end up being in the 3-star range. I'm going to let it sit for a little bit, but that's kind of where I'm thinking right now. But
What were you reading?
it's called Red Rabbit. It's
Oh, you
a
did say
like folk horror fantasy book, and I still kind of don't understand the point.
Good. Perfect.
Like it had kind of a cute ending, but I don't know. Like I feel like there were a lot of events that happened that I'm like, I don't understand why, but yeah, it was okay. Not a bad book. What about you, Nell?
I started editing. I needed to do like an AI thing with the background so I could remove it, and that took almost the entire sprint. It took at least like 45 minutes, so I walked away from the computer. I got my food came, so I ate dinner. What else did I do? My mom started watching Vampire Diaries, so that's pretty much what I did for the rest of the sprint because I'm forcing her to binge watch it. So I
Has
did
she
that.
never watched it before?
Nope, she's never seen it before. So we're all the way up to season 6 now. So we're making really good progress. We're almost done, you know?
That's
Almost
exciting.
But yeah, that was pretty much all I did was wait for my editing software to finish doing with like processing or whatever and watching Vampire Diaries. I did read a little bit, but not enough for it to be like significant. I probably like read for maybe like 20 minutes or something. Not a whole lot of time.
What are you reading right now?
This Is How You Lose the Time War.
Whoa, that's also that's a short one.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah. It was like really popular. And the only thing I know about it is that book Twitter went crazy. And also, yeah, like it was not really common. Like we usually don't get influenced by book Twitter. It's like book talk or whatever. I know we're getting very distracted by Andy bathing in front of us. I mean, Lotta's Ginny was showing her booty, and now we've got bathing. Oh,
What it didn't help that he would stop like by staring at the camera.
He's like, "Is someone watching me? I feel eyes." But yeah, I've heard it's like it got really popular because one person tweeted about it, and then like it exploded. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I don't understand what's happening.
Perfect.
I've heard that book be compared to, what book was it? It was Between the Worlds, Spaces Between the Worlds. I can't remember the title that I read, but they said it was better than that one. Because that was just kind of an okay book for me, but that was the book they kept comparing it to, and they're like, but it's a better rendition of it.
Interesting.
So I'll be interested to hear what you think about it at the end.
I mean, let's see how much. I have an hour and 17 minutes left on audio. So not very much left to go. It's basically these two people like writing letters to each other. I think one of them is maybe like a robot or a cyborg or something that's not human. Like I said, I don't know what's going on in this book. I don't understand. It's very like sci-fi. And y'all know that I don't do well with sci-fi, so I don't know what's happening in this book.
Yeah, I'm like remembering when I was like, oh, maybe she'll like never let me go, which was stuff that but you know, so I didn't say this in the live show, but I didn't like that book either. But I was like, maybe Nell will, and obviously I shouldn't have gone that route. But yeah, also it's epistolary then, so it's just letters back and forth.
I mean, there's some parts in between where you're getting like a third person narrator being like, oh, this person like went to the tea shop and did blah, 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 whatever. But then it goes into another letter where they're basically just writing letters back and forth to each other. There's a war going on. I'm unclear as to whether or not they're on opposite sides of the war. I think they are on opposite sides of the war. I don't know what's happening.
That feels important.
I feel like I've heard that about that book, that they are on opposite sides.
Okay.
But I haven't read it. So. Lotta, how did that sprint go for you?
I finished it.
Yay!
So I'm going to give it 4 stars because I really liked it. It was so short and sweet and really fun. And I definitely think, Leandra, that you have to read this one in case you haven't already. But yeah, it was amazing. So thank you for the
Yay.
recommendation, Danny.
You're welcome.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I
I
actually,
love
you
that
know,
book.
I was
Short and
thinking
sweet.
about that being my first T. Kingfisher, but I started that. What is it? A Wizard's
Wizard
Guide to
Defensive
Defensive
Baking.
Baking. Yeah, look at us speaking like in sync. Very fun. But Lotta, have you read Kingfisher before?
No, this was my first one. So highly recommend.
Ooh, I was gonna say, well, Lotta, like I haven't read this, and Danny has, but I think we could probably recommend the middle grade one by T. Kingfisher because yeah,
Which
you also
one?
like middle grade. It's called A Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah,
going
it's
around.
by the same author, but it's middle grade, and it seemed really cute. But yeah, Thornhedge, it feels like that should be the first one I read. I don't know. I don't know why someone's making me think that, as well as now Lotta. I feel like two people that I trust very much. I'm gonna have to read it.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, and Lotta, I do think that you would like the Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking because it's really cute. She has like
I'll add it to the list.
she has a what is it? Her familiar is a sourdough bread starter,
Yeah.
and he's grumpy.
Okay,
Yeah.
this sounds like a lot of fun.
It was really funny. And there's like a murder that happens in the bake shop. Like I haven't gotten too far into it, but it looked really cute. I ended up getting, speaking of murder and baking, I ended up getting about halfway. I'm just over halfway through the last to pie. And I'm enjoying it. It's a little bit it's more intense and there's more social issues in here than I anticipated. But I'm all for it. Like I'm afraid for the characters, which is not what you expect with like a cozy mystery, but I think that's why I like this. So yeah, doing well. It's also like I was telling you all in the private chat, we have a tornado warning happening here, like tornado watch, I should say. And I wasn't sure, Nell, if you got that because we don't live too far away from each other. But I realized it's central PA. Yeah, it's central Pennsylvania. I guess it's like 20 counties are being warned about it. So and we have the rain. We officially have the rain coming on. So I've kind of been distracted, but it's also looks still very sunny. So it's very weird. But I think I'm okay. I think I'm safe.
Yeah, I don't think we got any tornado warnings, but I think it's supposed to thunderstorm either today and tomorrow, or maybe it's Monday and Tuesday. I don't remember.
A tornado warning sounds so unreal. We don't have those in the Netherlands.
I was gonna say that's not a Netherlands weather.
That's why I commented because I was like, that happens a lot where I live. So I'm like, a watch is fine. Essentially, it's just their way of saying, hey, like this is a potential of happening. And then a warning is like when there's actually been a touchdown. But I remember, I think the first time I think I had a tornado warning because I was in my basement and I messaged Leandra a while because I'm sure that you were sleeping because it was like in the middle of the night. Because we get them like at 1 o'clock in the morning. We'll have sirens going off and I'll have to go and like gather all the animals and we go down our basement.
Oh my god.
And we don't do that with watches because a watch isn't like a real thing. Essentially, that's what we believe here. Like we have watches so often that we're like, it'll be fine. But as soon as a warning happens, that means that one is actually touchdown. But I do remember I messaged Leandra while I'm sitting in my basement. And I'm like, well, I don't have anything else to do. So I'm just going to sit here and talk to you on Voxer. Because
yeah, and I woke up and I'm like, are you okay? Like the next morning, I'm like, is everyone fine? And you're like, yeah, we're good. I'm like, okay. Oh, gosh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very common. So I wouldn't worry about it unless sirens start going off.
Okay. I don't even think we have, I don't know how that would work here. I guess it'd probably be my phone that goes off.
Yeah,
because we don't
probably.
have like, town sirens.
Yeah.
They're not going to be ringing the church bells. Like,
that's shocking. Because yeah, we have them on all of our telephone poles. Have like
Really?
sirens.
I don't.
Yeah.
We definitely don't, unless they're very tiny, like like
Yeah,
a
I've never seen
Bluetooth.
that.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it's probably just because it happens here a lot. And so yeah, we have like they even test them like every
Wow.
like the first Wednesday of every month, they have them go off to make sure that all of them still work.
We
Mhm.
also have that for the first Monday of the month. But it got really, how should I say this? We had a lot of refugees from the war, but they all had trauma, and then they heard the siren, so it was it was terrible. And now
Oh.
they're considering to not do it anymore because we also get them on our phones.
Yeah.
And everyone nowadays has a phone, so it's
Mhm.
not really necessary anymore.
No, that's smart. And it does make sense. Like it can be triggering, especially
Yeah.
like if you don't know what's going on, because that sound, like if you're visiting and you're not aware
Yeah,
of what it's meant to mean, you're like,
for us it's normal.
yeah,
We hear it
yeah.
every month, but if you're not from the Netherlands, you're probably thinking there's something
The
Yeah. End
really
of
apocalypse.
wrong.
times. Yes.
Yeah.
It was like we're all dying.
Purge.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Interesting. I've never thought about that before. I guess I just thought it was like a nationwide thing.
Yeah,
But
no, I think it's dependent on like your location, like kind of like the weather you're used to. Cause so where I come from in New York, we're used to ice storms and wind storms. So we have more like safety measures in place for those two things. Like one time when I was growing up, we lost like the entirety of like upstate New York lost power for I think it was like nearly 2 weeks. And yeah, and it was, freezing because it was an ice storm. And I distinctly recall us like making trips to the local fire department to pick up dry ice. And like I grew up with a wood burning stove, so we stayed warm, but we'd have like friends, like their families coming over to stay with us because like heat and stuff. And that was just like, yay, no school, like whatever. Whereas now where I live, we're in like a flood warning area, and that's new to me. And I'm like, I'd rather the water be cold. Like I'd rather it be solid. I want ice, I want snow. I don't want water just anywhere. Like what that scares me. But I don't live on the first floor, so I guess I'm safe. Yeah.
that's interesting how like different areas do you have, because I have a couple of friends who live out in California, and we have had like the remnants of earthquakes here. So like there will be far enough away that we don't have the full flooded earthquakes, but we'll feel shakes every once in a while. And those freak me out. I don't like earthquakes. And I have friends who live out in California. I'll talk to them about it, and they're like, yeah, that happens all the time. I'm like, this is not normal.
Yeah. I had so I used to work in a school in California, and I remember my colleague was from Chicago, and I was obviously from the Northeast. And we had a room full of third graders, and like things started to shake, and the two of us adults were like and everyone's like, teacher, you're fine, like no, nothing's happening. And I was like, the children are the ones who are trying to keep us calm. I was like, this is not meant to happen. So it was very funny.
I remember
It's so strange how you get used to stuff like that.
Right, just stuff that's in your area. Yeah. I remember I woke Brian up in the middle of the night because the earthquake, it happened at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I thought he was shaking the bed. Like I thought he was just doing it to annoy me.
A cramp.
And so like I like whacked him on the shoulder, and I was like, stop shaking the bed. And he looks over at me and he's like, what is wrong with you? And I'm like, stop shaking the bed. And he's like, I'm not shaking the bed.
Oh.
That's when you're like, look under the bed. What's under there?
You just hope you haven't read like a horror book recently.
Yeah.
Or schmut.
Yes.
It's Santa Claus.
Santa Claus, instead of coming from the chimney, he comes from under the bed.
Oh.
Okay, let's see what you guys are doing in the comments. So I know that we lost Louise over that break. So I hope that Louise is sleeping well, because I know that it was getting late there. Glenda's saying goodbye. And then I think, yeah, Louise actually said goodbye at one point in time. So then I think we also, yes, we lost Kirsten as well. So then we were saying goodnight to Kirsten.
Sounds really dramatic. We lost it.
We lost her. After talking about like natural disasters, tornadoes, flooding.
No booktubers have been hurt in this message. Videos have been filmed and thumbnails and pictures taken. I think I will leave the editing for tomorrow. Sounds good. I'm glad that you got a lot done. Went out to the farmer's market, the bookstore, the bakery, and I'm still in time to say thanks to you all for having a live show and hosting. Well, thanks for being here, JL.
Nice. Very productive sprint.
Yeah. And then congrats to everyone for finishing TAR. You guys need to give yourselves a pat on the back for that, definitely. Making progress on First Writer's Call. It's physical only, so it's taking reading breaks between chores. Yeah. I know. I found ever since I've discovered audio, I read physical books way slower because I will take a break and go and do something else and listen to audio for something else and then come back to it.
Same.
Trying to.
You're converting your mom. Yeah, he likes to do that. I don't know why, because it's not like my camera, like it doesn't have anything around it. So I don't know why but he does, he like laser focuses in on it. Thank you, Kat. I got up and did a couple of things. Scooped cat litter, took the garbage out, made tea, needed to stretch my legs. Yes, I plan on going for a walk. It's one of the things I will be doing after we get done. And still adding graphics to a video. Very nice. Yay. I know. A lot of and I both finished our books.
I know, it's true. You two. Meanwhile, Nell and I are disappointments. It's
fine. Congrats on finishing your book, Lotta. Thanks, everyone, for sprints. I really enjoyed watching the live show and hanging out. Thanks, Kat, for joining us. We appreciate you guys being here. Thank you, Glinda. And everyone just saying thank you for sprints. Thank you to Neil. Our weather person relates a tornado watch as having ingredients to bake a cake, but a warning is having the actual cake.
Okay, that kind of is like a very nice, sweet. It's like, ooh, maybe I want cake, and it's like, you don't want this cake.
That makes sense. I know that I think our weather person had just said like it means that there's tornadic activity, but nothing's actually touched down. So they could potentially see spirals in the sky, but there's nothing that have actually made them touch the ground, I think. I don't know. Weather's weird. I've learned in my journey with weather that, you know how when your phone gives you a percentage of rain, so if it says like 30% rain, that means that 30% of the area
will see rain.
Yes, we'll see rain. Not that there's a 30% chance that you will see rain. It's 30% of your area.
Yeah.
I had no idea. Oh my gosh.
Just watching her brain explode.
Yeah, like that is because I literally watched it and it was like 95%, and I was like, okay, 95% chance of rain. It's gonna rain. I didn't I guess, anyways. Wow, interesting. The more you know.
We always seem to have watches in the middle of the night. Yeah, they always come at like the worst time. That's always what I'm like. I don't care. Like if we have a watch, we have a watch. That's fine. But can we not have it at 1 o'clock in the morning? Like I have like a system. My friends make fun of me because I'm like, when like our phones go off, we have a warning. So we know that there's something is touched down. If I'm in bed, I get up, I put socks and shoes on. I go and grab the animals. I put the animals downstairs. And then if I think there's time, I go and like grab important documents and bring those downstairs with me.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like the right procedure. Like that makes sense. I actually when I was thinking about it, and I'm like, obviously I'm in an area where it's really not that scary, even like the idea of like a tornado touching down. But I was like, if I need to leave, I was like, where's my wallet? I was like, my stuff is just spread out all around my apartment. And I was like, I am not prepared. Like I am not like ready for this to happen.
Yeah. Well, and like you think about like water, like do you have like because sometimes when I go to bed, my water's not full. And so then you don't have like a full thing of water. Like there's a checklist. Be safe. Yes. Oh, have a good evening, Courtney. Thanks for joining. We don't really have earthquakes here, but hurricanes shake the buildings and then the beds counter sway. So the beds shake too. Oh no.
Scary.
Sometimes some of our friends live in Florida and they will have like hurricane parties where they like just lock themselves in their houses instead of like trap because it happens so often. They're just used to it. And so they'll have like sleepovers and lock themselves in their houses during the hurricanes.
Nice.
When you said lock each other in. Like,
Once again, we're not talking about horror or smut.
Oh.
How big is this area? Because it will say 80% chance of rain. We'll have sunny days for 4 counties around and no rain. I think they also get their math off more due to climate change. Yeah, I agree. I actually don't know. And I don't know if the area that they're talking about changes, like how large the area would be changes depending on the weather station you're looking at, or is it all the same?
Yeah.
I've always heard that it's the percentage of people who will see rain, I guess. And so like if they did like Baltimore's like a huge area. So if it's like 80% chance of rain in Baltimore, it'll be 80% of people in Baltimore will see rain. So that's a lot of people. That covers a pretty large area.
We need to be educated on what weather people are doing and talking about.
We do. We have our safe spot in our house where we put all of our safety supplies and documents before we go to bed on those nights. Yeah, that's a smart idea. Well, thank you, Kat. I just had an aha moment. Thanks for clarifying the rain percentages. Yes, absolutely. It was an aha moment for me too when I found out. I was like, why has no one ever told me this?
No, yeah. Like, and I thought that it was someone told me that they're like, oh, well, is it 30% chance of rain? Or is it that like within that hour it will rain for that percentage?
Yeah.
And like, so if it's like 30% within the 1 hour period, that means like maybe 20 minutes of that hour it will rain. And I'm like, okay, but now I don't know. I'm as closer to understanding it as I was. I think I'm further away. So whatever. I don't really look at the weather anyway. I'm like that. I live on the edge, remember?
The weather's always wrong anyway.
I know, right? Like it doesn't feel right.
I only look at the weather now when I go for a run because I really don't want to be caught like out in the rain in the middle of, although I still have it happen because the weather app's not always correct. I have a work colleague that we go for walks and runs and we go 2 miles out and then come back. And one day the weather app told us that we had 30 minutes. And so I was like, we can go out and back, like out 1 mile, back 1 mile, and we should be still fine, like well within the time frame. And it started pouring when we were at the edge of the mile.
Oh no.
And then so we had to turn back and run a mile back. And like, I mean, it wasn't even like sprinkling rain. It's like torrential rain.
Yeah. Let the rain fall down and make my dreams. You're in a movie scene.
Yes.
Yeah.
Spinner wheel weather forecast.
Exactly. They're like, let's switch things up today. Like really mess with them.
And with that, we're done with the comments. Oh wait. What's the standard deviation on that 30-minute window?
Yeah, yes, good question.
I love this comment.
That's amazing. And with that, we're done with the comments. So thank you guys so much for joining us. I know some of you guys have been here since the beginning of the live show. We've been here for a long time, but it's so much fun to hang out with you guys and all of the competitors as well. Thank you guys so much for joining me on Sprints. It has been a fantastic day of booktube reading and just chatting. So thank you guys. Before we leave, I do want to give you guys the floor. And if you have anything that we need to be looking forward to on your channels, please let us know. Starting with you, Nell, what do you got going on?
I dropped a video this morning. My mid-year freakout tag came out today. And then a Bookemon video is coming out tomorrow. Wind Down Wednesday on Wednesday. And then there'll be more stuff, but that's as far as I've gotten.
Nice. What about you, Lana?
Well, I'm going to try and make a series called Finishing My Entire TBR, where I'm going to try to read all the books on my physical TBR and to not buy a lot more. But that's going to be a challenge. But actually, I'm going to IKEA tomorrow to buy a new bookshelf because I have literally no space left. So
exciting, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I love the idea of that. We might have to do a collab at some point to support each other because that's my goal too. And I I don't know. I do my best. So I tomorrow for the public, I'll have my vlog for Aoife for Meet the Booktuber, where she recommended 3 books to me. And then I have I don't know what I'm gonna do for Thursday. I think I might do my tell all, like how Team Spooky did and my reactions and all of the kind of nooks and crannies that were happening behind the scenes. And then that might end up kind of also culminating as my wrap up, because I kind of want to get that out of the way. So yeah, because it's going to be a lot of books. But I'm yeah. So who knows? We'll see if I'm just like, oh, I don't care. People don't need to know what I read because I'm so tired. And then I've got sprints on Tuesday. I'm back to my normal schedule for that. But more importantly, Danni, what do we have to look forward to in the next week?
On Tuesday, the announcement video for round 2 will be coming out. So you guys will be able to meet all the competitors for round 2. So I'm really excited for you guys to meet a new group of lovely booktubers and get to figure out what this new round looks like, because each round definitely has a different vibe. So it'll be interesting to see how the next round pans out. So that's on Tuesday. And then on Saturday, I will have my July TBR. And then on Sunday, I'll have my first sneak peek for round 2. So that's what I've got going on. Not what's today? Not tomorrow, Sunday, the next Sunday. So anyway, thank you all for joining us so much. I hope you all have a lovely evening or a lovely morning, wherever you are in the world. And yeah, so we'll see you guys somewhere else on the internet. Bye.
Bye.